Alrighty. Oh. There we go. Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old game design. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hey, Muffin, how's it going? What's on the agenda today? So, since last stream, I've done a lot of work with streamlining the pickups and weapons stuff. I worked on a couple of other processes that I'm trying to remember. I did a lot of stats orientated stuff that are really boring in the back. Like this is one here. It's a stat conversion system. So that's quite a nice one. Never used with self before. What does that do? Okay, so with self, it depends. It's very context based. So because of the way I've used it here, it means that it will self-referential the struct this is in. Assuredly. If you don't do this, there is a chance that it doesn't latch to the struct and it latches to something else. There's a lot of other context for that. It also, I mean, it's equivalent to what I kind of do here, which is just to ensure that it's got the correct location that it's doing it to, right? Is that while this might be run by the player most of the time, because it is a disambiguous function, I need to ensure where it's going. Weapons have this a lot where the weapon can run the code, but because it doesn't have self in it, it will run ambiguously. And if it runs ambiguously, it doesn't run on the object correctly, and it won't latch to the variables from that object, which means that I would have to instead just reference all the variables, where I might as well just put it as a reference to self and run it from self. This isn't always very necessary, it depends on the context, but this one is one that, because of the range of things that can happen, I would just prefer to ensure this is done the way I want it to be done. It's also kind of how I've done it in the past for this, so this is something that I do have here. And that's why I know that this needs the with self here. Because this is my old version of this function. As you can see, not much has changed except for what I'm doing here. But this one's going to be a bit of a weird one. I need to try and remember how to do a specific calculation, and I'm blanking on it. I don't want to really scour for too long in here, but it's probably the only location I have that tells me what I'm wanting. The question is, how easy is it going to be fine? Yeah, but so what I'm working on at the moment is GUI. It's about time I start getting some of the UI-orientated design done for a couple of reasons. One of the main ones is getting some of the stuff testing a bit easier. Especially with one of the changes I've made to try and accommodate our character coming down the line. There's a singular character that really breaks a lot of rules with the game. And I needed to try and make sure I got it right. That looks like the value I'm looking at. So it's times the scalar. Yeah, that makes sense. The problem is, it's not that I want to know what the scaling is. I want to know how to... what am I looking for again? But yeah, no, GUI stuff is the stuff that I need to work on at the moment. Which is really boring, because it's a lot of... subtle calculations. And, like, just getting numbers... like, this is where... notoriously... the most magic numbers are done. In games. And, well, any project design. Now, what I mean by magic numbers are numbers that come out, that are produced by magic. They're numbers that, by all intents and purposes, there is no rhyme or reason for why it's that specific number, other than that's what you felt, and you tried to put it in like that. And you maybe modify it from time to time, but it's a number that sits there. It's a raw value, and you try and avoid those as much as possible. Because obviously, like, especially with screens being different sizes, and dimensions being different for a lot of them as well, you kind of have to try and find a way to accommodate it, so it doesn't just stretch things really awkwardly. Or completely break it because, like, the position is no longer an accurate position and the entire UI shits itself. Which a lot of games don't accommodate around that. Or what they'll do is they'll do magic numbers for each of the standard things, and then if it's non-standard, it just breaks. So, what I want is, so it should just be... Yeah, I thought it was this. But there we go. This is what I mean by, like, it's just a lot of really dumb calculative sort of things going on. So what I need to change is to explain what I just did, by the way, in case it's wondered, I have to convert to X and Y scales instead of like, giving it just a raw value. Under most situations, this will be necessary. Under the base situation, it won't be necessary, but what this is basically doing is it's getting the actual width and then dividing it by this width should give me basically the scale difference. I'm gonna say width is the value I'm gonna be modifying. So I need to do a calculation here of this. Right? So times by that. I think is what I need. I do love, by the way, so here's a little fun tidbit that I kind of give Game Maker a bit of props for, but I'll also, like, say it's really frustrating. You see all these yellow squiggles under all of this stuff here? Do you know why it's yellow squiggles? It's a warning, right? So if we look at this, you can see, like, that's all of the variables going in. It's not correct, technically. Some of these are different things, but it's because Sprite has a defaulting variable, and if we hover over this, it'll actually give bad practice to declare non-operational parameter after an operational parameter. Now what it means is basically exactly that. This is an operational parameter, and all of these are non-operational. Don't get any warnings like that. I think you can turn them off. And normally I do. I don't know why it's back on again. To be fair, I need to update as well, so it's... Hey, you devil, how's it going? But hopefully with this, for the moment, should result in the ability to draw a bar. So I need to go to... yeah. It's a feather thing, right? Just turn off feather as a whole, but a bit of specific settings, that kind of thing too. Yeah. I'm not turning off feather because I use feather notation. It's how I do this stuff. These are feather comments, I'm pretty sure, from memory. So, pretty sure it's based through feather, those ones. Trees are so simple, but I must be faster. Time to compute shader stuff. Oh boy. I'm kinda glad I've not had to do shader stuff for a while. Shader stuff gets frustrating. So you can turn it off, I'm sure. Oh, I mean, it's one of those things, I had it turned off at one point. So the setting must have just been flicked off, and I honestly, it's kind of one of those things that I can't be asked to do right now. Okay, so... we need... So, testing bar, we're not gonna put in Anything there? Chords. X equals... We'll go 10. And Y is going to also just be 10, so should be top left. Width we'll just have as 100, and this can be 20. Direction 0. Values. This is where we do actually want to input values. Shaders are hard. Shaders for math are evil. Yes. I'll look around for the setting and tell you if I find it. Don't worry about it. Found it. Yeah, no, it's... I was pretty sure it was just an individual setting. It's just, again, it's normally the case with a lot of programs. I found, especially in the last, like, fair few years, pretty few are, pretty few care. Pretty few don't have something like that, where you can, like, specifically turn off a particular part. What was I writing in for now? Speed. Oh, what speed do I set these to? On average? This one. And then I think it's under UI code itself, right? Because it's here? Yeah. So I'm looking for, in this one, it's total 0.3. 0.3 is what I'm looking for. So the colors don't matter right now. So, see black, see red does matter, is the only one that will matter. Show back, false, show border, false, that's it. Alright, there we go. Set screenshot on Discord, cool. I'll find it in a sec then. Even worse, it's because I have to then cube it and break everything at some point, I guess. Welcome to shaders, you break everything at any point. That's how it works, right? Okay, so in here, did I skip over value? This one's also a thing. If I remember correctly with how I did the play function for it. So values we have current equals, well, if for initial, it'd probably be just, yeah, it's this. Then it's target. How did I transfer target through? Well, again, we'll just have the target the same for initial. And then I think this is the maximum. Total. Yeah. So total is the max value that I'm going for. Which is just, I think, health max. For now. There we go. Alright, then we need to crack down through the variables and reset them in the necessary way. Which is what we do... where I draw all of it. Here. I think. Right? Yeah, so I have target, total, draw. So target is what I'm changing, and total is just me ensuring. So target equals health current. Testing bar dot total equals health max, and then testing bar dot draw, like that. Oh, don't need the step. I said don't need the step. Jesus Christ. Is it just pressing in that area opens it? Oh, that's really annoying. Because it seems to be, like, really temperamental with that. That's kind of frustrating. Okay. Alright. This should work. Let's see. I'm also hiding this behind the player local function, or the player local check, I should say. This should ensure that once I do proper multiplayer testing, that the UI doesn't get duplicated in a really unpleasant way. It doesn't seem to be drawing. Wait, what? I guess see what happens there. I'll fix that later. So, is it because I'm checking for player local? Did we ever talk about Bay in the Superman official trailer? She's in that? Dude, my only response to that is I've yet to watch any of those trailers through. Is the size not enough? What if I do 1,000 by 200? Send the clip in a moment? Yeah, please do, because I'm curious now. Wait, what? Yeah, like, I'm just curious now that she's in that. Send the shortest clip you can get. Cool. I'll have a look in a second. I'm just trying to figure out why this isn't working. Talks about it, and then shows a fragment. Okay. Right. I'm gonna test this without the matrix. With my old-fashioned draw health bar. And see if that changes... Like, that's the problem or not. Because that might, like, I might be doing something wrong with the Matrix stuff. Yeah, so I'm doing something wrong with the Matrix. What am I doing wrong with the Matrix? Alright, let's go through all the stuff I've been sent. So, where is the setting? It's a file, preferences, and feather settings, message severity, bad practice. Bad practice. That's it. Apply. There we go. Quick and easy. Alright, then this. Blah. That was very loud all of a sudden. Dude, I forget every time, like, I see this outfit of hers, I forget that it's her new outfit. And it's not even new. Or that new anymore. Like, every clip I see of her is in that outfit, but I still keep forgetting. Okay.
We haven't talked about your Superman video. Oh yeah, my Superman video! Bruh. You know when I saw that? I think I saw someone in chat write that before I saw the actual video. I thought you guys were joking. I thought maybe it was like a Superman trailer and then there was like a rat that ran across the road and they're like, oh my god, babe, you're in the Superman trailer. No! Oh my god! That was wild to see. That's crazy.
Hello.
Hey everyone, we're in Manila in the Philippines.
That was actually crazy to see. You guys are amazing. She's everywhere! Small Bay is everywhere! Thank you. Bay is officially has infiltrated everywhere. We're in the DCU, bro. DC collab when? Bruh. International rat. Thank you. That was really cool.
That's actually kind of funny.
Like it was just the single hand raised in the air. It's like she was just looking over all of the Superman cosplayers.
That's
He's like,
actually so cool.
yes, Rat is here.
Of all the things to sneak in randomly, that's such a cool thing. I like that. Dude, VTubers, man, they're fucking everywhere. We're gonna take over the world. Can't wait till, we get a VTuber US president, right? Society will collapse soon? Hell yeah. And I'll be there with one of the torches. Does this fix it? Is it some weird shit about how I did that calculation? No. Only if it doesn't happen. Is it maybe something weird with this calculation? Let's just do ye old walk backwards a little bit and get it all checked out. So, sort of. So it's this, yeah, it says that calculation there. I was doing this wrong somehow. What am I doing wrong about it, though? I thought if I divided the sprite by the target, it gets the scale? Does it not? Oh yeah, it get the fucking scale, but I'm probably still gonna need a lot for that one. Yeah, no, that should be how to do it. Oh no, it's the other way around? Wait, is it the other way around? Yep, it's the other way around. Okay. That helps. Okay, So then this should be fine to re-add back in, because that means it probably didn't do anything. Not currently, is what, anyway. Right? Yeah. Okay. A big old red block. Okay, so... now we're in an interesting spot with this. Yeah, this is probably incorrect here. Is it matrix I want, or is it surface that I want? Is now the part of my brain that I'm thinking on. 'Cause... wait, what? Ah, whoops. I see what I did wrong. Because I'm wanting to crop. I want to crop values. I'll crop the image. So let's pull up the matrix information section, whatever we call it thing. And see what we can get out of that. Yeah, I think it's surface that I want. Which is foul if that's the case. I hate surface stuff. Let me look up what I'm wanting to do. Pretty sure it's surface. That's what I need. Was forgetting one of the most obvious parts of this. Yeah, this gives me everything I want. So, left, the exposition on the sprite of the top left corner of the area. Okay, so this is gonna require some weirdness then. So, this stays the same. I need an example. That's what I need. Draw an instance assigning sprite index and its current frame of animation. However, it will shave an 8-pixel margin off all 4 sides of the sprite. I don't want to do that. Not current. No. Okay, so do that. It will then be stretched to double its usual width, but half its usual height. And although the alpha still 1, it will be blended with bear. Okay, I think I kind of get what it's going on for. So 0, 0 width. Height, X, Y, do the variable thing, min color, alpha. So what happens if we do this? Exactly, Dill, exactly. Nah, I love that shit though, that's so good. Okay, so that draws the way I want it to. So then I just need to do... that. Then we need to input a press check on the player. let's change the input debug to... health current minus equal 10. Plus equal 10. And then we'll just quickly put in some error checks here. I was gonna ask, how's the temperature in New Zealand? I mean, if you want like a real clear imagery of like what it's like temperature-wise here, give me a second. Alright. I'm in a dressing gown. I have a singlet on. I normally would have a jersey on. I have 1, 2 blankets on. Does that answer your question? It's winter here, my guy. So, the southern hemisphere of the planet is the opposite season. So it is winter. What the fuck is going on in New Zealand? This is actually really, like, this is one of those things that's fucking hysterical, right? Because... unless you live in the southern hemisphere, you don't comprehend the concept of differences with that. Like, people do not understand that it is the opposite in the southern hemisphere, unless you're from the southern hemisphere. Because you don't interact with that concept, because like all media you interact with is either European or American, and all of that has it that like Christmas time is snow. If it snows at Christmas time, there's a big fucking concern that we have. Alright, let's try this out. What would I give to be too cold right now? See, this is the thing. I'll say this now. I prefer winter. I 100% prefer winter. And it's always why I clown on people in these sorts of countries that aren't in winter at the time, because it's like, ha ha ha, I'm in... Dude, it's gonna hit your, like, winter time, I'm gonna be suffering miserably. Like, I want that known. I hate summer, especially in New Zealand, because we have a bit of a unique thing with humidity. So something I've been told about with Europe and stuff like that, a lot of Europe is a lot more dry than New Zealand. New Zealand is extremely damp country, So when humidity kicks in, it's not that it's hot, it's that it is just like, we're going to 80, 90% humidity, not like on an average day. And it's just, it's so hot and sticky. Like, it's sticky heat, if that makes sense. Okay, I need to fix the weapon bug quickly. Okay, I think that part's just fucked at the moment. So I'll just take that out. Like, this is where, if I was ever rich enough to do so, what I would do is I would rotate between, like, 2 countries. And I would always just stay in wintertime. That's what I'd love. That's what I'd love. What? I thought I fixed that. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid, aren't I? That's not the issue. If I was rich, I'd just make a house that regulates temperature and stay there. Nah, because I don't want to travel. That's my thing. One, two, three, four, 5. Looking for 5. Just punch my phone again. Gotta love it. Okay. That was a really dumb bug that I had there. I basically wasn't telling the thing if it was returning or not. Like, in the correct space. I just told. Oh, goddamn. No, it's, there. I'll get there. I'll get there. Dude, I'm having a great time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. Okay, I'll just quickly look. Was designated for the debug. I don't remember if it's designated here or not. Rollback get input, that's under play function. No. Under startup. L is 1 and P is 2. L and P. Alrighty. Goddamn, ugh. Dr. Tree properly understanding shape. Nice. Very nice. Okay, there we go. Now to find where the cubes aren't marching. Marching or matching? The cubes come marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Marching, it gets the data, it's not just assembling the mesh from it. Ah, okay. That makes a bit more sense. I feel like I'm very confused at what I'm doing at the moment, and I'm not sure why. Because... Oh, wait. No. Yeah, I'm not doing a calculation. I'm being stupid. I'm missing like a whole section of code, and I can't believe I didn't think about it. Where would it be under though? Because it's not under the actual drawer thing, is it? Like, I didn't mean to function here. Because the problem is I'm basically having to rewrite this part, but I'm also having to rewrite the HP bar, health bar script that Game Maker inherently has. I'm just trying to remember. Let's just have a little look. See if it tells me here. No. I don't know what, again, like the problem is that there's a lot of videos that I know deal with what I'm doing, but hey. So would it not be... Would it be better to calculate it independently then? So I can check this? What if I do... Fuck, I'll try it. This is wrong. I know it's wrong. Because this should just come up as nothing and then it gets bigger. Is it supposed to be division that I'm supposed to be having done this the whole time? Is that what I'm missing? Instead of with thing, I do with divide by? No, because that won't result in a correct number. It seems to only care about the absolutes. Which is really annoying. What am I getting wrong? This is when I start just like trying different things and seeing what works. Like, this shouldn't be right. I should probably pull up paint and start drawing what I want to do so I can work backwards from it. I swear I haven't woken up today. So that does absolutely nothing. When it's 0, it's nothing. When it's something, it's something. That's the full bar. What am I getting wrong then? Ugh. The X coordinates where to draw it. The X scale, which is the sprite scaling. Is this what I'm getting wrong? Am I putting it in the wrong location? Ugh. No, I don't need the... Okay. What this value should be giving me is the current percentage of the health from 0 to 1%. It's from 0 to 1, with 0 being 0 and 1 being 100%. That's what this variable is returning to me. So, what I need to do... Where's paint? My god, my brain is real. Oof. I need to make something in a second to wake me up a bit. Oh, dude, it is raining outside. I was hoping to do some washing. My bad for not doing it earlier in the week, I guess. Okay. So what we're trying to do is this is the beginning of our health bar. This is the end of our health bar. What we're trying to do is we're trying to teach it to basically be able to fill up percentage of the health that we want it to fill. So say this is 70%. So it will only fill up to here. It will only draw up to there. That's what we're trying to teach it. Which is where the current divide by total comes in. Because this should give us, from ranging from 0 to 1, which would translate to 0% and 100%. And like 0.5 would equal 50%, right? So to achieve this, I need the width to decrease by the relevant missing value. So the left value is the X position on the sprite on the top left corner of the area to draw. So the top left corner. So this should be 0. Not 0. Because we want the top left to be 0, 0. That should be fine. Then, the width of the area to draw. Ugh. So that is the width value there that we want to change. So we want the width value to change by... so say if we're at 70% health, we want it to change by 30% of what it is. So I need to... Oh, do I need to invert a value? Wait, is what I need to be doing, in here is... width... times... the invert value? If we're dealing with a decimal value, the simplest answer should just be, this? Guess who had point X instead of point Y? Blocking everything? Yeah. So, this should work? Does this work? Please work. Why won't you work? No, it's this is really confusing me. Oh no! Wait, that's what's happening? Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my god, I think I've clicked to what's going on and why I'm like... Technically this is working correctly. And that's the worst part. Okay, so to explain what part of the problem might be, is that the sprite is a single pixel, and then I'm stretching it. The problem is, I think what's happening is that the scale isn't taken into consideration when doing the draw sprite draw sprite part. So what's happening is that I'm telling it to only get this much of the original image, not this much of the current image, which means that I'm telling it to get 1,000 pixels of the singular pixel, and then I'm only seeing a difference when it's not one, because it's no longer grabbing one pixel size. I think that's what's happening. So that works for anything that's not a single pixel. So what if I then did... this instead. Can I get a multiplier that is less than a pixel? There we go. There we go. That should solve the issue then. I'm a little upset at how that was not more obvious to me. Now we have moving health bar though. Or well, moving bars. To explain also why this was such a, like, convoluted way of doing a thing where there's already an inbuilt health bar into Game Maker. You know what this also can do now? If I say go to the O-Player code, and I don't know, what's a really quick thing to show this as an example? For funny. Let's just do SP Iron Mouse idle. This is a terrible example. Let's go with this. So we've got a red Iron Mouse health bar. Do you see that? It trims away the exact image point. It doesn't shrink the image, it cuts off the image. Now, this opens up a lot of options. For me, long term. So, what I mean by that is because I'm using a matrix and because I'm using that thing there, I can basically have any sprite have a progression. Like this, where it can be cropped off and stuff like that, which is good for damage zones, and it's good for what I want to do with the health bar. This totally didn't take an hour and a half to get this going. I hate this. Let's take a bit of time to just do some art maybe, to kind of exemplify what we're thinking for ideas. So, let me just pull up a sprite. gonna be a planning image after all. So, one of the things I want to try and do... I'm not gonna say I'm doing this today, by the way. We're just testing. Where should I put my notebook? You can sit right there. Maybe? You gonna sit nicely? Not really. Damn. What if I do that? There we go. So what if, right, for the health bar, instead we had an orb. What if that orb then just decreased and increased in size? Yes, if you are familiar, I am referencing Diablo-esque stuff with this. Because I actually really have always liked those health orbs, like the way the health's done in those. And I think it'd be a nice visual. Now, there's a lot more I could do to make it like a very dynamic thing, but that would get into shader tech that is probably not worth doing on a project like this. Because realistically, if I was to do that, then at that point in time I should just move over to Godot. Or Godot, whatever. Because it's just so difficult to do in Game Maker by comparison that, like, it would actually make the entire project easier to do. To just move it over to a different thing. Also, you know what I should just be doing? So my phone unplugged again, what? I got a new cable as well. I think my phone's just kind of fucked at this point. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about my fucking expensive delivery from the other day, did I? Y'all want to hear about me being naughty and spending more money? But also, like, for necessary reasons? Fucking, I have bought a large amount of the PC parts I would need. In fact, I bought some of the biggest ones, not in terms of price, but in physical bigness. Right behind me is a box that's about the size of my person, which is just the case. I also bought some fans, stuff like that. We're actually at a point where it's just the last, like, big expensive things left, really. So if someone wants to fork over $1,000, or $2,000, New Zealand, then I'd be real happy. Because then I'll probably be able to have it all done by the end of like 2-3 months from now. But instead I have to have, I can't purchase anything for a while because I put myself in debt for that one. But it's nice to be a lot further along with the PC parts. It's good. I'm gonna have to play around with this a lot to make myself very happy with it. Alright. Putting this to the side again, because it's in the way now. I'm just gonna hide that layer because it's kind of in the way right now. Oh, my hand's starting to hurt. Oh, fuck. I've not done enough drawing recently. I feel like this will work if I give it a swirling effect. Right? Like an actual animation. What do we think? I think it could work. It needs to be, again, the imagery needs to be fairly subtle. Just because of the nature of what we're doing here. Because we're talking about a health bar. And a health bar shouldn't move much. Is there a way to rotate in here again? Only that way, I think. I can cut away the chaff relatively easily. That just looks like a washing machine. Fuck. Okay. Ah, yes, your health bar, the washing machine. Oh. How about we talk? You know what? I haven't talked about design stuff in a while. You want to talk about some characters coming up that I think are going to be fucking hysterical? Did I talk about what I designed for Ollie? Hey, Sweep, how's it going? Yeah, no, so I did the thing up for her recently. Well, loosely, yeah. Curious? Yeah, so Ollie is going to require me to rewrite, like, several aspects of the game in a way that I never intended to. So her passive is that she's going to, be able to equip twice as many weapons as any other character. She's going to be able to equip 12 weapons. Normally you can only equip 6. She's going to be actually able to collect most of them. Because it's VTubers' biggest simp. And then I wanted it to be interesting, so because she's going to have such a, God have mercy, she is going to lag the game. I'm going to say this now. If any character is going to lag the game, she's going to lag the game. What am I doing today? A little bit of everything. I've been working on UI, but UI tends to just drain me something fierce, and we didn't have a great day of it so far, so I'm taking a bit of a break with doing some actual drawing and testing ideas, and now I'm talking about design stuff. But yeah, so with that, her ability is going to be rerolls are converted into bonus max health, but when you reroll like abilities and stuff like that, you're rerolling with your health. It costs health to reroll. So you can get whatever the fuck build you want, But like, and now it's not permanent health loss for the rerolls, it is temporary health loss. So if you get enough fucking healing, it's just free. But it does mean if you do mass levels at once, there is a chance you do not get rerolls. Because it's gonna cost like, I'm thinking maybe 100 or something like that health per reroll. So on a good day, like that's maybe 10 rerolls immediately. That's a dangerous waggy waggy. Yeah, like I thought it would be really fucking perfect for Ollie to be like the most insane one there is for this. And I thought it was perfectly accurate to actually have it so she was the one to equip more than just like the 6 weapons. Just because she's trying to collect everything. She's trying her best. She is VTuber's biggest simp. So there is more design stuff I have written down in a couple of other spots, but this is the stuff that's just here for now. But I thought I'd share that, because like I did it the other day and I'm like, I think I nailed what we needed to do for Ollie. Right? Like, I beg the question of, is there any other way, based on how this game has been designed so far, that you could see her being done differently? And I can't. Like, she was always gonna be a character that needed to have, like, something going on that was really fucking stupid. And this is like the perfect one for it. Ollie is the best. Ollie is amazing. She is someone that, like, anytime I see a highlight with Ollie in it, I'm just immediately, my smile gets bigger. And, like, trust me when I say, I played with a lot of ideas for Ollie. There's one idea I had that ended up getting moved to Bay, I believe. Yeah, here it is. When you would skip a level, gain a random, thing from the selection, and gain random bonus stats, increasing consecutively every time you've skipped, but it will be lost on, death. I've been tossing that one up, if it's lost on death or not. Point is that, like, I had something kind of like this for, Ollie, and it just didn't work. Seeing Ollie and Mint playing with Kobo and Kiara was the best experience of the day I watched it. Yeah. No, Ollie's amazing. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm hoping, right, we can maintain this for a bit longer, but we're in, like, a current situation where, for the most part, there is a bunch of fairly positive vibes in the VTube community. The only, like, slightly sad and negative stuff, which I don't think I've talked about, is the VShoujo stuff. But it's also not gonna really change anything. To anyone that is wondering what the fuck I'm referring to, because this is a situation that's been, like, unfolding for a fair bit of time, 2 of VShoujo's current talents will be leaving the company, but retaining IPs, and I'm making that very clear. In fact, I believe it's already happened for both of them now. I think they've both left. The first one is Giga. Giga left. She joined them, like a year or 2 back, or something like that, and yeah, nothing really changed for her content. And then, like, she's leaving, so pretty much everyone's like, yeah, nothing's gonna probably change again. And the bigger one, though, that, like, kind of shocked a lot of people was Zentreya. Zenyatta, sorry. You know what, Zen. Yeah, no, Zentreya. I was like, having a moment, I'm like, am I saying the actress's name? No, that's Zendaya. You know what I mean. People leaving, Zen saying to Matara, you did nothing wrong as she was leaving. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of a straw that broke camel's back kind of moment for for those two. Not to say that they wouldn't have had their own gripes with the company external to that, like, fucking the amount of times that, like, people underestimate how much issues happen behind the scenes and we never hear about them. It's just how corporate shit works, right? But it's quite possible this was a decision that had been kind of going for even longer than Matara being kicked out had been, right? Like, keep in mind, these sorts of decisions are very rarely made very lightly, and very rarely made very suddenly. I would not be surprised if this is a decision that was made at the beginning of the year, and it has, like, taken this amount of time to really be able to do something about it. Or it may have been them going like, you know what? I'm thinking I want to leave this year. Let's just, like, slowly guide all the process that would be necessary for that. With no, like, excessive urgency. Right? Like, I'll stand by. I give a lot of respect to Matara when she is one of the only people that has actually been, like, kicked out of VShoujo. I give her a lot of respect for her to actually acknowledging the mistake that she had made. And owning up to the fact that she was the one at fault. I will always stand by my kind of two-sided argument on that, where it's like, I actually agree with both parties. I believe what Matara did was essential and really, really impactful in a beneficial way for VShoujo. But also, I feel that it was definitely an overreaching of her position. And the problem is, when it comes to corpo situations, this goes for any business ever, by the way, in case anyone needs some advice on this, is that typically speaking, the corporate response trumps the individual's response, regardless of which one is right or wrong. That's why I say, like, what Matara did was probably wholly correct, but it was an overstepping of boundaries, and the moment you do that in a corporate position, it is normally not good. Spezza Corpo. I can't fully disagree with that. Like, I'm not gonna make the false illusion that if it wasn't for corpo VTubing wouldn't be what it is. Right? But I will also not give the false illusion that being a corpo VTuber is easy or good, or often they very regularly get treated quite poorly. And all that. Like, it's difficult because it's a business position that is based off a fairly old Japanese architecture that is, even with the developments made, still like one of the most toxic kind of like general work conditions, and that kind of comes through with a lot of this. That's why, like, American-run ones look a little bit better. The ones that are a bit more willing to globalize look a little bit better, but it doesn't stop the problems. And that's where, again, a lot of people have been leaving the corpo scene because they would prefer not to. Real talk, VTubing for a corpo is hard and is a big unknown for its future, but it also brings a lot of benefits if you work with bigger. Yeah, no, 100%. So this is where it comes down, and I did talk about this in that short that I did ages ago, which is, in a corpo, you have guaranteed support. Or theoretically guaranteed support. If something breaks, you're not the one that has to go deal with that. Often, often it is, they'll just come in and sort it out for you. There's a reason why many of the corporate VTuber agencies will actually have it stated in their, application process. If you will be needing any resources for the VTubing itself, you can more than likely get it actually, purchased via the company, right? Because that's how that works, is while you do not get 100% of your money, and it goes through them, they guarantee support, they guarantee connections, they guarantee sponsorships, they help organize your time. It's just a huge support architecture. Now, admittedly, like I've said, some don't do that. But, yeah. To be honest, unless there's something you want to achieve with a specific corpo, I don't really imagine why joining one. The benefit you also get is brand. And this is the thing that, if I open a bakery under my name and no thing, it is less likely to be successful than if I went and got a brand to sponsor the thing. I would have to spend extra money per month to maintain the brand and marketing and all the relevance details and ensure that it's all up to the way they want it. But, it will do normally better because you have a brand backing you. You get advertisement, you get specials, you get all these extra benefits. So, it's kind of that thing of, if you're going into VTubing for VTubing and wanting to do VTubing, then yeah, your best shot is actually via corpo, if you have that opportunity. But doing indie indie VTubing is also really beneficial because you learn a lot from that, especially if you want to go into corpo. Because realistically, if you're very successful in corpo, you are very successful. By comparison to an indie. Indie, even if you do well, you'll do slightly worse than you would if you were in corpo. Theoretically. CC started with Potato PC and has a new one from what I heard. That sounds about right. I mean, that's the part of my brain as well that I'm I would absolutely love if I had the opportunity to go with some, a corpo that I liked, because then I would probably not have to worry too much about things. But realistically speaking, I will probably never be picked up by a talent agency because of the way I think, and because of how willing I am to be abrasive on concepts like this, where I'll speak at that. Most corpos won't even look at you unless your experience is an indie, right? No, that is very much not the case. There are very prominent... Okay. Not wanting to go into people's histories, because this is a bit of a breach of privacy. But there are VTubers, even in, some of the largest ones in some of these companies, that had nothing to do with VTubing beforehand, and that was partly because VTubing wasn't as big a thing. But there were some that were just straight up underground individuals that had pretty much little to no experience in content creation. So not even VTubing, just content creation. In fact, one of the remaining biggest VTubers of Holo EN went on record before going into VTubing about their dislike for VTubing. So that should say quite a bit. In the modern scheme of things, again, it depends on the company. I'm not gonna confirm nor deny, Devil. I'm not gonna confirm nor deny. Because like I said, for privacy sense, I feel like it would be overreaching to discuss on it like in more detail. It's why I really dislike how, what was it? Dextero on Twitter is a big, like, gaming news, point. And they fucking posted a thing going like, oh, this VTuber is this Saba is this VTuber. Like, just straight up, not even, like, any implication process. No, it's just straight up, this is this person because they couldn't keep their IP, yada yada yada. And I'm like, this is so scummy. I know the person said that, and she stated that her opinion's changed a lot since this. Yes, no, I'm not disagreeing with that. She has very openly stated that her opinions have changed in many of places. So I guess arguably, like, that kind of could give justification for talking on it outside of it being private. But the point is, though, is that, like, going into VTubing, I think, was it Ina? Talked about her VTubing, like, thing. She literally just talked about food. I mean, Saba was hinting heavily at who she is. Yeah, no, Saba's not making it subtle. Although, like, okay, she's not outright saying it because of legal reasons. But she's not, like, shying away from it fully. But the problem I have is when people just outright say this, and it makes it kind of disgusting in my eyes. There's a reason why there's, like, an untold rule that unless the person says it's okay to not talk about it too much. More than one talent actually. They still have some going on, I guess, but some didn't. Streaming experience, you have a point. Yeah, no, content creation, they have a preference towards content creation, they have a preference to all of these things, but at the end of the day, they are actually pretty good at picking them. I think it's okay to tell people about who she is, just not bring it up in a chat and comments. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I feel like it's something that news things should stick away from. Like, if you've got a big following because you post news on a regular basis, I didn't like the phrasing of it because it did make it out to be like Hololive was the bad guys, because they didn't sell the IP to her or stuff like that, and I'm like, they never would, and that's within their right, and it just makes me kind of like, I don't know, there's a reason I don't like looking at Dextero, or whatever the fucking the name is again, on Twitter, is because so many times it's so, like, it feels like they're pushing a hell of an agenda with some of them. You didn't want the IP anyway. Yeah, that was the other thing as well. Like, there's just there's too many problems that come with getting an IP from something like that. Like, if you yourself are in that position where you could choose to keep your IP or not, it depends. With VShoujo, with Zen and Giga leaving, it makes a lot of sense that they'd keep their IPs, because if they want to keep streaming but just don't want to stream under the VShoujo banner, I see no problem. But with, like, Corpo, the amount of complications for being able to retain your IP Like, we saw a fair bit of them with, Idol. Right? With, how... I'm blanking on her name. Rin Penrose. How she retained her one. And, like, she even admitted the contract was really fucking awful. Because it's basically, I think they get a revenue split for the first year. After going independent. And she also had to pay, like, an upfront sum. Realistically, I think it was the right choice for her. But, like, it doesn't stop the fact that it's better to start anew in a lot of cases. Talent having to buy IP from a collapsing company is scummy as hell. Well, I mean, Idol wasn't collapsing. Idol was getting absorbed. And regardless of how you think on it, I mean, they're still going. They still have, they have issues though. But, yeah, it's... I will say it feels awkward. Well, it's because, like, it's the point of who created the IP. It was the company. So it makes sense that the company has the right to sell the IP to the individual if they wish to. That makes sense. That's the way, like, Giga and Zen are such a different argument, is because they went into VShojo with their IPs. So it would be awful if they lost their IPs in the process. Reason I don't follow who make drama their main content, it's just not my cup of tea. I agree. Drama channels and drama, like, news stuff, just, it tends to aggravate me. There's one at the moment that I hate that it keeps popping up on my feed, and it's, I'm not gonna say their name, but they're actively just being malicious to pirate software, with every post. And I'm gonna be honest, it's just tiring seeing people being, like, actively malicious to people. Like, disregarding whether or not they did something right or wrong, just why? Just why make that a big fucking thing? It's just so exhausting. I was referencing something else. I drifted to a similar subject. Okay. I mean, there are some companies that I do know that did do that. That's why I was, like, a little hesitant. I'll speak more to Idol on that case, because that is where Rin's from originally, though Idol has rebranded. But yeah, no, there was a company in particular that I remember that being the case for. There's been a few companies that's been the case for, and it's just disgusting. I'm gonna be honest. If you are, as a company, shutting down, you should make it so it's easier for your talents to buy the rights off you, because then that means you can pay shit off anyway, right? I don't like how Pyro's behaving in relation to some of the stuff, but I also saw a lot of people giving a lot of unjust criticism at him. Okay, so to talk on the pirate stuff, and I think this is actually, like, really fair to talk about because it's very game-orientated, because a lot of the core point is getting talked around the Stop Killing Games initiative. He even has admitted to this. He did lash out a little emotionally when he initially responded to it in the recent, like, weeks. But I understand emotionally reacting like that when you're getting so many people treating you like absolute shit. Like, I can't imagine being someone as big as him and having to deal with the, like, negativity he has to deal with on a day-to-day basis and being able to maintain, like, such a fairly pleasant attitude most of the time. Like, I just find it really foul how often I'm seeing people just trying to find something to call him out on and just being wrong. That's the thing that pisses me off. when, like, one of the examples I saw recently, and this is just why I say, like, I kind of am just bored of this shit, was someone pointing out, like, he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to, like, game security. Saying that he's using a lot of jargon words that aren't real. And he basically just goes, no, these are real, these are what the words mean, and here is the wiki page where you can go find that out. And just people underneath going like, wow, a quick Google search proves that he actually does know what he's talking about, and he is talking about real things. But I know he has a stupid amount of haters. Like, it's... I enjoy Pirate because, again, the way he thinks, I understand. And that's something very common amongst, like, programmers and stuff. He's faking his voice. Yeah, no, it's shit like that. Dude, it's... Do I think it was fair at the time to point out, hey, maybe you overstepped with certain responses and certain things? Do I think that I agree with some of the sentiments that he does come off as quite arrogant? And it's an issue I also have, is I come off as very egotistical, very arrogant at some times, and I apologize for that often. One of the biggest things that I've had to fight with my entire life is that. And I think it's actually really incredible he's managed to make enough of a community space where he can just keep being able to be him. Whereas for me, I've had to spend almost all of my life trying my best to not do that. And it sucks. Even on stream, like, I make an effort not to come off too much like that. But it's the difficulty of anyone that's, like, done, higher end education as well, is that, like, there is just a form of egotism that comes with that. And why I make an effort to stress, individual opinions are always valid to the individual, and knowledge is based on experience. Right? Like, I read something in a book, it doesn't mean I've experienced it. It means that I've read it, and I have theoretical knowledge on that. And I'm sure that someone like Thor would probably kind of more or less agree with some of that sentiment. And that's why I just find it really disturbing how many people are making it their prerogative to just be negative. Like, what do you really gain out of this other than... And the problem is, what you gain out of it is you gain, like, traction. You get people responding to your tweet or whatever, and you get views and clicks and all that, and you get money out of it. And it's disgusting that that's just the case. That will always make me just sad that rage baiting is one of the most effective ways to get money going. And that's where you get to drama tubers. Or like drama channels in general, I guess. Is that it's worse because they start scraping the bottom of the barrel for anything, and they basically make things sound so much worse than they actually are. That's why I like watching Pen's VTuber roundup stuff. It's because, like, especially now, he tends to avoid the drama related things as much as damn possible. He tends to just talk about the actual events going on and tries to talk about the positivity. Even if someone's leaving, they'll talk about it as positively as they can. Because it's not... we're in a world where I don't see why we have to spend so much time spreading such negativity. Right? Why can't we just be more positive? Why can't we be more positive? But yeah, it's one of those things, no matter, like, who you're talking about, there'll always be haters and negativity. There'll always be a group. And just sadly, something that just doesn't change. We're at the late hour, my work shift has shifted the hours to earlier time, so bye. Yikes. Oh god. My heart goes out to you for that one, bud. I'll catch you later though, Devil. Good seeing you. It's way easier to reach people with negativity rather than positivity, and everything exploits that, sadly. Yeah, I agree with that. And it genuinely just makes me sad that that's the case. Because I feel like if we spent less time being so awful to each other and being more positive to each other, the world would be a better place. Right? I think that's a fair kind of assumption to make. Totally agree. Yeah. But it's the difficulty that when you introduce humans' ability to be able to have different opinions, you inherently create a harder time trying to ensure things like stable arguments. It's the desire to be right supersedes the desire to respect the next individual for a lot of people. And that's where a lot of these problems, I feel, stem. Think of myself as a negative person, but circle jerkers, rage baiters, and random haters make me realize I'm not as bad as them, at least. Yeah. And I think the important thing at the end of the day is if you can look at yourself and be able to go, you know what, I'm not making other people's days actively worse for my own benefit, then you're fine. And if you are, look at yourself and ask why. Is it because you like making their days worse? Is it because it is something that you consider essential to do for now? Is it because there is no other choice? Is it something you even have any relevancy in for the point of? So, as an example, if you're a manager at like a restaurant or something and you're treating people poorly, but you're not the manager, you're a shift manager, is that really on you for making people like your workers' days slightly worse? Well, it depends. Are you doing it because you got told by your boss you need to do this thing and now you're making them do it and it's because that's what you were told to do and it's part of your job? Well then, I can't blame you for that, so why should you blame you for you? Why are you blaming yourself for it? Alright. Take responsibility for things you can actually, like, have any part of. It's why I like saying, when a government makes a poor decision, if you voted, you actually tried to take a part of it, so you have a relevancy for, like, complaining, but you don't have any, like, anything beyond that, really. Whereas if you didn't even bother voting for your country stuff, you probably have no real grounding to make an argument on. You have a responsibility to try and improve yours and everyone else's life. Specifically, a responsibility to improve you and those that you care about's lives, right? My active effort is to ensure that I get the best outcome of things without creating a detrimental outcome for those around me. That's it. That's genuinely it. Sleepy Malith. I am very sleepy today. I don't know what's going on. To be fair, it was not last night, it was the night before I went to bed at like 2 AM. So maybe I'm getting a bit of flow over from that. It's worse, because this is like the beginning of the day for me, so the fact that I'm sleepy now is not a good showing for the rest of the day when I actually have some stuff that I need to get done as well. It's really annoying. I have actually a lot of things I need to get done. Well, I have one less thing to do because it rained, so I can't do my washing today. But I do need to try and do some cleaning, as well as some more work on this. Admittedly, at the moment, a fair bit of my free time has been eaten up by trying to play Stellaris. I come back to that game every once in a while to see what it's like. Because it does look really cool, but it's such a, like, time and resource sink that it makes it really hard to justify, like, sitting down and playing through it fully. Is it early morning there? Yeah, I start at 6 AM. My stream started at 6 AM. It is 8:30 AM right now. I'm on the other side of the globe for people, so I'm typically about 12 hours ahead. I'm 12 to 14 hours ahead of Europe, normally. I'm one of the earliest time zones in the world. Alright, I'm just filling up a drink thing. Give me a sec. Alright, there we go. Right, 8 hours ahead of yours. Yep, sounds about right. Cause yeah, no, that's why it's funny to me when I hear dates. It's like game releasing on the 30th, and it's like, cool, so it's releasing next month. It's like, no, it's on the 30th. It's like, it's the 30th for you. It's the first for me. Oh, speaking of, there is a game that released that I haven't talked too much about that I'm like, we can't do a stream of, but I need to get it. I'm pretty sure the special lasts till next week for it, right? Because it's mainly, there it is. So this just came out, like, 2 days ago. It's another Necopara game. And don't worry, it sounds like it's actually going to be the little sister is one of the main relationships. I can't wait to get disgusted at this one. Like, not even kidding, this one actually sounds like it's basically the main story is between, oh good lord, these two. Is it Fraser? I can't remember how it's actually pronounced because it's French. And Shirige. Or Shigure. Which is the little sister. That, I'm not kidding, in a previous game, actually screamed at the top of her lungs, I wish I was a cat girl so I could be one of my brother's cat companions. Are you gonna play it on stream? I think I literally can't. I'm pretty sure Twitch has a ban on it. So I physically cannot do a stream on it. Trust me, I would if I could. It might just have to be a game I play on one of my weekends and I come back and go, so I played the newest Necopara game. I'm gonna be honest with you, there is a very real chance I buy it next week. Even if it's a bad idea for me to be buying games at the moment, I probably am gonna buy it next week. I'm gonna buy it next week, and if my Wednesday is free, I'm going to just play it my entire Wednesday, and that's about it. Really? 1984? Oh, shit. Oh my god, I was not prepared for that kind of response. That's so good. That's so cursed. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they have a ban on any Necopara game. Which is just funny. Because, like, Nintendo allow it, so why the fuck aren't you? No, I can kind of see why. I'm not so far down the rabbit hole that I can't, like, see that. Look, I have a thing for cat girls, I don't have a thing for, yeah, there's some reasons that game's a bit touching here sometimes. I did play the Necopara Boys one, though, on stream. I voiced them. That was a fun time. The April Fool's game that they released for, Necopara stuff. I absolutely loved it. Because it was just Necopara, but instead it was with Hot Boys. Cat girls are my oh, no, okay, real talk. Cat girls and fox girls, incredible. If I had to choose between the two, cat girls win like 90% of the time. Fox girls kind of only really win when I can fluff the tail. And if you're gonna ask me my opinion on dog girls, I've not really ever found a dog girl I'm like, yes. What about wolves? I like wolves better than dogs, but I like foxes more than wolves. Wolf girls, I've definitely had one or two where I'm like, yeah, I like them. And if you're gonna ask about birds, the problem is there's been so few bird options, and I've never really been like super impressed with. Cat, fox, wolf, dog. Yes. I 100% agree with that. That is how I look at it. There's a reason why, like, of all the characters that have been released for Star Rail, Cypher was the first time I went, like, feral for them. Like, trust me when I say, fucking, Fei Xiao was, like, my next highest on the list, and then Acheron. But like Cypher comes out, I'm just like, I am feeling things right now. A lot of things. A lot of things. To be fair, Aventurine and it'd been pretty good. I guess now Finon's out, so Finon's pretty boy. I like him. Especially the fact that he transforms into a god of some kind. They still haven't gone through any of the story yet. Need to do that. It's just come out. Which I love that... Dude, I love that the VAs have now gone out of their way and said, hey, by the way, the fucking update has just dropped. Maybe wait a little bit of time before posting spoilers all over social media. It's like, people have literally not even been able to update the game yet, and you bitches are posting this stuff. Relax. I'm fucking, you tell them. You tell them. Dude, I will still send my friend spoiler-tagged things on stuff from Star Rail from months ago, because I know he doesn't play the story that often. And I just keep telling him, please, for your own sake, you probably want to catch up to date because the story's gotten really intense and really insane. And I expect, like, big things coming up soon. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, no. You really don't understand. Please. Like, he's already been spoiled for a little bit of it. And I'm like, dude, take that as a hint. That isn't even the big shit. I actually like this in reverse order. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that for now. So, how am I gonna do this bit? Core. Yeah, we under core. We're gonna have to do a new folder for UI. And then let's just create sprite. Did I just close that image, by the way? I fucking did, didn't I? No, export spreadsheet. Import strip image. One, two, eight. 1, 2, 8. and 4 frames. There we go. SP health orb. I mean, my question then to you, Swib, is what's your order of choice then? If you were to compare to mine. I'm curious. I mean, I can probably guess at least a little bit, but... Wolf, fox, dog equal, and then maybe they're equal? Okay. I don't know how did that... What was your guess? Oh, it was gonna be about, it was wolf, fox. I can tell you that. I don't know the rest. It was, okay, I'll have you know, it was either gonna be wolf, fox or fox, wolf. I was tossing up between those two. As your, like, top one. Or top two, I should say. So I at least kind of was right, with at least partly, with that. I was in the right direction, at least. I would have gotten to the right town if I would have gotten actually to the right house, I don't know. How? I have my ways. Don't underestimate my ability to fucking figure out people's fetishes, alright? I mean, what? There we go. Oh, what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look, I'm good at what I'm good at, alright? When you've been a degenerate as long as I have. To be fair, it doesn't help, especially at the moment. Two of the people I interact with the most, like in real life, are absolutely degenerate. And, amusingly enough, the other day we had an actual very serious discussion about the fact that, like, I was upset that those two had been swapping, like, porn pics for things, and I hadn't been including. They're like, you know what? That's a good point. When's your talent show debut? Imagine. Dude, what should I do if I was to do it? If I was to do a talent show, what would my things be? Guessing people's fetishes, definitely is on the list. Still having a weird amount of flexibility. Yeah, I guess that's kind of there. For my age especially, I should not be able to put my foot behind my head. Being able to talk in an extremely monotone fashion for an extremely long period of time, making any topic dry and kind of either dry or the ability to put you to sleep. That, I think that's up there. Yeah. Oh, I guess voice acting should come under my talents, but that's me being positive to myself. How dare I? Yeah, I don't think I've got any other better options off the top of my head. Your voice acting's good enough to count as a talent. Yeah, but that's me being nice. Like, I gotta find the talents that aren't being nice to myself. Because, like, if I was being positive about talents, then obviously my weird ability to pick up any game and do decently at it after a couple of hours, I still don't understand. The fetish thing's on another level. It was really funny as well, because, like, when I was talking to this group of people, like, one time, I just said something, and I it's one of those things where, like, you say it, and it just leads to a whole thing, where I was like, oh, yeah, but you're into that, and it's like, the looks I got from everyone around the table said, that's disgusting to say. But the look from the individual was this shock and going, I have never told you that. I'm like, ah. Huh. I love that. There is a sense of satisfaction in that moment. Expose them. No, because I don't want her to punch me. Not because it will hurt, but because it will be too funny and I won't be able to fucking function. Then her boyfriend might get angry at me, and then that's actually an issue. But yeah, no, it's stuff like that that's really, really funny to me. Because it's even funnier as well, because so many of them have gotten mine wrong. Because I'm really pretty good at hiding mine. You didn't need to. I'm not gonna lie, that's basically what I responded with. I'm like, oh, I thought it was obvious. And she was not impressed. It's like, I've known you for too long. I know these things. I should see them. To be fair, it doesn't help that she basically came out into the lounge with a collar on at one point, so you know. Boy, that was an interesting night of drinking. Alright. Oh, don't you love having that right kind of friend group that matches your degeneracy? That night, I witnessed weird fetish stuff and talked about, like, cultural politics with someone. It was great. See, that's what I miss about going to drinking nights. If anyone tells you that, like, going to parties is for the excitement of... No. You go to parties for the dumb shit. That's what you go to parties for. One of the best things I ever learned was that you can go to a drinking party and not, like, interact with pretty much anything and just watch. Enjoy yourself. As long as it's not too loud, then it starts getting frustrating. Especially for me, where I can't hear fucking anything at that point. Too many noises is a bad thing for me. Okay, so if that's how that works, now I need to change... this. Right? Because otherwise it's gonna remove only from the width. Oh yeah, no, it's great to, like, be surrounded by... Again, this is the one thing I'll always stand by. What makes good friends aren't, like, similar interests. What makes good friends is having similar ways of, like, thinking about things. Or, again, like, similar degeneracy levels, right? Those are the things that matter more. I think extremely logically most of the time. Which is why my best friend in the world is someone that also thinks extremely logically, to both of our detriments, and we frustrate each other even at times. Because it's one of those things of if something's not slightly explained correctly, we won't get it sometimes, and sometimes we'll skip on that. Because we're so used to talking with other people that don't want all the details. Strong agree, yeah. It's that same argument with, like, finding a partner. One of the things I remember hearing a lot of people try and say is like, oh, try and find someone that you share an interest with, like, in your relationship. It's like, no, you just kind of, you don't really need that. Like, if you have a shared interest, great. But, like, at the end of the day, if you have a shared interest, the also fear is if either of you are competitive, that will just hurt the relationship. Oh, you both play League, but one of you plays Ranked and one of you plays ARAM? Yeah, I'm gonna see some strain put on that one. Right? Like, I think we can agree on that. Like, I dated someone that I played League with, and my god, that led to difficult things, because that was when I was hyper competitive in it, and tried to only play Ranked and everything, and they just wanted to kind of chill out playing against bots even, and I'm like, I mean, I can. And then every game is like a complete and utter fucking degenerate stomp where I start doing like dumb builds. And it's just like, that's real fun. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I too like going to the preschool, picking a fight, and then being surprised I won. Like, you know what I mean? It's a terrible analogy, but you get my point. Or what's worse, if both of you are competitive, because then it will be a whole thing about who's higher ranked. That'll always be one of my favorite jokes, by the way, that was ever told to me, is that when you're going on a date and you find out your partner plays ranked, and to impress them, you tell them your rank, and then you see them kind of like have a moment of processing. So you realize they've got a higher rank than you. And they're now currently judging your worth. It's great even when it shouldn't be, exactly. Welcome to how I do analogies in New Zealand, or like analogies in New Zealand are done. They're normally really fucked up, but like they make sense. Okay, I'm gonna try this with height this time. Oh, this was going. There we go. I was like very confused for a moment there. It's like why was it not like registering it? Okay, that should work. So what I'm gonna then do is I'm gonna go to the O player. And with testing bar, we're gonna put in SP health. And I wanna see what happens with this. Some of this is gonna look, actually, no, wait. Before I do that, let's turn this into 100 by 100. Make this look better. Interesting. That doesn't seem to be working. So what was different about what I did? Ah, it's because I didn't introduce this. Big brain! Alright, now this should work. So it goes from the other way. That's... Okay. I got something I could do here, and it's really weird. Right? So, if I... What I'm gonna do is I'm going to rotate this. I'll rotate this one. So I need to rotate this, so... Is it 90 degrees? Oh, I see. So I need the Y to be like that now. I think. Because it's rotated on the point, not the, yeah. It's rotated on the origin, not on the thing. So it should have rotated upwards. I need way more. Okay. Fucking, let's do that. Such a weird thing I'm doing with all of this. But I want to see if this works. Okay. So that's our orb there, and it's on its side now. But if I say lost health... So what I'm gonna do... Yeah, so it does look a little bit because I'm like just cutting a thing away. But it's because there's no backing and there's no cover. There's two things I'll do to that immediately that I can think of. But what I can do is if we jump back to the image itself. No, not the PNG. I want the A sprite. I'm going to turn off that layer. And then I'm going to sprite, rotate the canvas. Is that, no. Anti-clockwise. Or counterclockwise. Then we're going to go back to the workspace. Edit image. Import strip image. Convert. Yes. Then we go here, change, resize. Oh, there we go. Resize canvas to 64. Apply. And now it will be moving the direction we want it to be. So this is a really weird way of doing this. I want it stressed. Big brain move incoming. Kind of. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, if I have to rotate the image to do the thing easily, why not just rotate the image outside of the program so it's rotated correctly in here? And then, what I can do, if we do a... Create sprite. SP health orb cover. Then we go back here. I'm gonna do this ultra lazy like. Edit image. Image, import, retain same rules. Close this. Resize, maintain. 64. Apply. I think this is... the frames don't matter here. Just realized, because these are all the same. Then, if we go to here, oh, not here, here. I'm gonna be very naughty for a bit and just have the thing here. Draw sprite, SP health orb cover. Then I think, honestly, I can retain those. That should be fine. See white. See what happens with this. Ooh, wow, okay, that's actually mildly impressive. How did you manage that? Wait, yeah, how did you manage that? I'm actually impressed. Oh. That's why. And that's why that was so fucked as well. Okay. So this should just be... I was so confused earlier, and now this makes a lot more sense. It was weird, I positioned it incorrectly on the matrix. There we go! And now, if I lose health, the thing over the top doesn't disappear at all. So I could do, say, a glass kind of covering. The wrong way though, but that's fine. The idea is still there, and I figured out what I need to do with it. That's pretty cool. So what I do instead here is with rotate canvas 180. So it'll be correct. And then on this layer, let's get the size that we'll need for the thing. And then get white, but alpha it out a bunch here. Give it a frosted effect. The smart thing to do would be giving it a very mild border as well, like a silvered border, but I think I'll leave it alone for now. Okay, let's do this again correctly. Export sprite sheet. Doesn't actually matter, but hey. Export, yes. And then switch back over to these. Export sprite sheet. Health orb. Yes. Export. And then we come back into here. And we'll do this process again. Of putting these back in and seeing how it all looks. I could probably make my life easier by resizing the canvas inside of the program, by the way. I'm not going to dispute that in the slightest. Because I am only using 64 by 64 space. And I'm basically having to redo this each time. So I wait for this to respond weirdly. Convert 64, apply. Then we go back to the workspace, we go to the health orb. Edit image, import strip. Open, convert, yes. Go back here. That should be working pretty much as intended. I still probably want to add our background of some kind. Just to give like some more illusionary sort of effect to it all. But now we should have it so, yeah, it looks like it's... Again, it's probably quite hard to see some regards, but you should be able to see the fact that it does look like it's more of a jar now filling up. Or an orb filling up with the life. Technically, the smart thing to do here, potentially, would be to create the silvered out jar coloring behind this, so I'm not impacting the orb's coloring at all. It's kind of what, like, the smart thing to do, but keeping the shading at the front. There's also one other thing I will test out at some stage, which is going to be a bit of an annoying one. So, again, this is frames, right? And we can see it's got frames here, but it's not playing them in-game. That is because there's nothing changing the frame at all. So what I'm gonna have to do is an internal calculation, which we can kind of start setting up for in here. Positional data, conditionals, some of those won't matter, but hey. Key values, we're gonna want, frame, time equals 0. Then we're gonna do a calculation here. So again, some of this has to change because this at the moment's made it so it's only for this health orb thing. Whereas I kind of want to use sort of similar stuff in other places, but not have to draw multiple matrix, so I'll have to figure out something there. To be fair, I'm probably gonna make a general one and then I'll just make manual ones. Wouldn't be a bad show. For like the health orb and all that. But no, what I can do is then have, frame, yeah. Then, equals, I think that's what I want. Then var image index equals sprite speed sprite. Ooh, I'm nearly there at being able to calculate this in my head. So how will how will this return? How will the speed return? Will this return in frames? So return in a reel. If you have a sprite that draws 1 frame per second and has set the image speed to 0.5, it will draw at 0.5 frames per second. Yeah, I get that. So the return value will be very different depending on the type of speed that was applied to the sprite editor. Either frames per second or frame per game frame. The following 2 examples illustrate this. Okay, so that's, yeah, we want game frame. I don't know which one it is, though. I assume it's... No, it would be per second, okay. Alright. So I need to calculate to the per second margin. So the per second margin is... Oh, that's gonna be annoying. So... current frame will equal, and it'll be 4. Trying to think how I want to do this. I feel like my friend did something about this in the previous document. But like in the old UI. Yeah, here it is. The image index is sprite get speed plus frame rate. Or divided by frame rate. Wait, does that actually just work? Wait, how do we get frame rate? So what if we did... Wait, do I just do a local value for all this then? Could I just do var... I see. Wait, okay. No. So what I'm gonna do... is... image... I'm turning this into a ternary operator. Okay, so it's not this I'm actually doing, it's sprite. No. It's image index, sprite index, index plus equals sprite. meter. Sprite divided by yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. I think I see a problem that's already going to arise, but we'll see how this goes. What's the code that I want here? It's that one. Yeah, okay. I'm going to launch this with the expectation that this might not work. Oh, it just straight up didn't want to. Okay. Oh, did I get that the wrong way around? There we go. Good thing this ain't rocket science. It fucking feels like that. Oh no. Are you gonna work, or are you gonna crash because you don't have a variable? Not set before reading. That's what I thought. Okay. How was it written here that makes this different? That's because it's put in with the thing, right? And that doesn't change it. Because it's not gonna consider itself. Line 3 things. Yeah, it's not gonna get that correctly. Of course, for some reason, my phone is... I bought a new charging cable and it's just not working. Again, I think it's because my phone's just fucked. That's upsetting. At least it was like a $6 cable or some shit, so I'm not too fussed about it being bad. It's better than my previous one, mind you, but it's not by much. Okay, so I need to somehow get the image index of a sprite that doesn't exist. Or a thing that doesn't exist. It's like I can get the rest of this, but it's just the image index itself we don't have. Which, technically I could set that. And if I'm going to be doing that anyway, I should turn this from a ternary into just a raw if. Alright. Let's try that out. Well, it's not crashed. But it's not animating. That's because that told me to do that, which is wrong. Yeah, no, so I couldn't do it as a ternary then. There we go, the health orb is animated. And I can change the speed for it, quite easily. And here. As an example. Pulling this speed here, which is what I normally use for telling what things should animate at what speeds. Probably too slow, but hey. Works nice and cleanly. So with that being the case, I'm going to then proceed to do the pro game move. This, okay. Bracket, view, height, then minus 100. We'll do that for now. So this should put it in the middle bottom of the screen. With any luck. There we go. It's probably a little too high, but it's kind of in the direction of where I want it to be. Yes, you might be sitting there and going, hang on a minute. Isn't that a different location than where we had the health before? Yes, very different location. Before we had it in the top left. Now I'm going to be doing stuff in the bottom, like the kind of just the bottom in general. Because something I kind of realized while playing a couple of other games and like playing around with stuff is that having a bunch of the UI on the bottom means that it stays out of the way a lot easier. It means that also I don't have to care as much about the screen space as long as I just keep it fairly tidy. But when a boss spawns, what looks better? The boss bar turning up on the bottom of the screen or on the top of the screen? Yes, this is actually part of the process that I had. And I found it looks way cooler if the boss is like across this area of the screen. Like the boss bar. So that's why I'm kind of aiming to move all of the stuff down to the bottom section of the kind of screen. But I think outside of like changing up how the glass effect is and like kind of adding a bit more animation room for this, I think this is kind of what we want for our health bar. So we've manually added that. We've got 2 other bars that we need to add that are fairly unique, and then we just need to add a standard one. So again, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna probably change this from being like a standard one to a specific one for just the health bar. And I think that works out quite well for the player visually. Right. So, or not for the player, but like for me as well, because it means that I can like just not have to deal with, again, that's kind of the big issue that we had before, is this should hopefully help like making things a bit more specified in the areas that they need to be. So I'm not like wasting time trying to make things more general purpose. Hey, Bish Bash, how's it going? I think that will just be the correct option long term, and it means that with the health one in particular, I don't need to write as much values going into it, because that will enable the player to just have an easier time with things. What kind of game am I making? It's very much a Vampire Survivors-esque game with VTubers involved, is the shorthand of it. We have made it quite a lot further, but I've decided to rework it from the ground up. So this is the current iteration of it all. Is this a VTuber? I love that energy. Dude, I think that was one of my favorite, like there's a reason I'm not changing that one for the game dev stuff. I think it's amazing. But yeah, no, we've just gotten the health orb kind of working in the middle there to indicate where health's at. By comparison, we've got weapons starting to work. We've got 3 weapons in place. This is the only weapon I've got enabled at the moment, though. Which this weapon, admittedly, I think is really cool still. What might not be obvious at first glance is that it is a 7-second cooldown weapon. However, if I go pick up the feathers, it decreases the cooldown time by a substantial amount. So I can just keep like picking them up and keep picking up the weapon, firing it, rotating it around and doing that. Which is the general idea for that weapon. But I think this looks cool for the health for now. And yes, I am just pressing debug things to change the health because there's literally nothing else that does at this point. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no, I'm back to full health. But yeah. It's gonna be interesting redoing up a lot of these systems from the ground up again, I gotta say. Knowing that, like, again, we got a lot further along with this, in this version of it. If I launch this, and I say quickly, but it's still gonna probably take about a minute to launch, because it's a lot further in, and it's a lot heavier of a game. Which is why I'm putting in the effort to try and streamline it from the ground up. I still love this game. I really do. And that's why I just accepted that I have to start from the ground up again with it, because otherwise it's just not gonna have any substantial changes to some of the things. I mean, hell, the nightmare of introducing what Ollie's gonna do to the game is gonna be just... the amount of programming damage it would do to this version of it. Which, again, more or less, this is what is currently out on the, is it Itch? Yeah, it's Itch page. These are the VTubers we have. Select character, confirm. Sort of learn how to use Girdle, but I don't know what kind of game I want to make. It's a difficult one. I mean, my short answer is just, like, if you've not got a really dedicated idea, one of the best things to do is just, like, I don't know, look for inspiration, play games. One of the best ideas I can always give to, like, early on, to test out if you really want, go look at mobile game ads and try and make the actual mobile game ad, because they're really easy to make normally. Been cloning classic games, that's always a good shout as well. Stuff like that. Just like, again, early on with it all, just try stuff out, see what works, see what you like, what you don't like. Because, like, admittedly, I came into this going, like, I want to make a Vampire Survivors game with VTubers. And it wasn't probably the wisest idea to do that as my first choice, but hey. Oh yeah, is it... what is it to turn off the screen shake? I can't remember. Oh no, that's how to spawn the boss. Options, accessibility, screen shake. I can remember the hotkey for it. There's a hotkey for it. Yeah, mad idea. Sounds very cool. I mean, that's what I did before, is one of the little things we've done on stream at one stage was literally taking one and just making it in like 2 or 3 weeks. Which is real fun. Figure out how to tune the enemy AI. That's an ongoing one. That's always fun. I say always fun, it's not always fun. It's a difficult time. You get to try different games very quickly, yes. Like, if you set yourself a goal of time frame, see how far you can get. I mean, game jams. Game jams are another thing I'd always recommend if you're just kind of like looking to learn and looking for inspiration. So that's always a solid one. Because, like, again, it's one of the hardest parts early on is learning a lot of this stuff. If you've got the inspiration and the idea, bringing it out of the game, it's not really a bad idea. The thing I'll always stress with game dev, and it's a mistake a lot of people make, is starting with the game you really desperately want to make and expecting a big product. Word. Because if you go in with the expectation of going like, I'm going to make the next Vampire Survivors game, it's like, that's not quite the right way of thinking about it. I want to make a Vampire Survivors-like game, but better. Because then at that point in time, you're not fighting yourself with a higher expectation than you might be able to attain. Yeah. That's kind of the thing, is like, the amount of people I know that are like, oh, I want to make the next World of Warcraft. I'm like, good fucking luck. I mean, with the most love and everything in the world, don't do that, for your own sake. Don't go in with that sort of thing. I did that at one point back in, like, high school. I remember wanting to make a big fucking game idea. And it's still to this date shelved because I acknowledge that it requires, like, a large team of people to work on it. And I just don't want to do that. I only have myself. Everything you see here is pretty much me. Right? In fact, I think all of the assets on screen, especially currently, are me, right? Yeah, everything. Like, I do all of this art, I do all of the assets for this stuff, which is why I constantly go, like, try and improve it and make it look better. I love being as big as a boss. It's great. I absolutely love that ult, by the way. It's still one of my favorite, my favorite ults to this date, and I don't think they'll change, like, easily. There's a reason why other characters are going to be getting that kind of ult as well. Where it's just they transform into big bullshit. I mean, Matara's ult's basically that, right? If I remember correctly. Hers is she just gets a massive area and does damage in an AoE. Is Fluff and Fuzz good for this? Not really, is it? Like, neither effect. I mean, the DOTs are decent. You scale with a lot of damage. It is funny because I think it's, yeah, it forces the alternation of the copied. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that transition needs to be better. Ooh, demon blood. I'll never die now. I say, that's... Demon blood still gives so little health. 5% chance to restore 2 health. I have almost 1,000 health. Rough. Bug. Oh yeah, I forgot, I still have Mothaholic actually having to output the stats because of the amount of bugs that Mothaholic had. Well, we should be getting 15 stats from it? Yeah, 15% stats from this. Currently, let's see, amount, cooldown reduction, and I can't see speed easily because movement speed gets shifted around so much. Ooh, the game is starting to chug something fierce. Almost like there's a reason I had to restart development of this damn thing. It's getting pretty late on the side of the world. See ya. Catch you later, sweet. And have a good rest. Good sleep. Sleep is good. I recommend it. Something I can't accomplish myself, you know how it goes. Oh, we only have 4 hours too, jeez. I'll probably get some more development done. I'm just kind of like going and back and looking at this game and seeing what I like, what needs to change. There's a lot of efficiency things that I still see, that like I can learn from. The fact is the game's getting super laggy, but that's because I think DOTs were never really done efficiently. I think DOT handlers are still a bit touch and go back then, and I kind of need to do something about that. So what does actually this say? 2 random things every 4 seconds. So it's supposedly doing 2 echoes. 1. Is that the second one? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's echoing multiple times. Also, my damage has just not increased, like, at all. My damage is still so low. The scaling in this game is terrible. Who designed this? Alright, leave. And now we've got carryover position. Yeah, so it's carried over lag. Alright. Point is, there's a reason why that project has been, like, pseudo-abandoned, because I need to redo it from the ground up to ensure the lag's lower, especially knowing that this is going to be multiplayer, right? Like, we need this to run as efficiently as possible if we're attempting to do multiplayer with this, because otherwise it is just a problem. There's a reason why moving away from time sources should help, because it means that there's less things being made on a regular basis, and data is a bit more clear where it goes. Should mean I avoid creating unnecessary pockets of, like, memory usage that potentially just drown the program out eventually. That's a good point. I probably should start introducing Juniper's kit into the game, into this one. Because Juniper has a lot of unique functionality that requires probably quite a bit of dedicated work. So, like a DOT, improving stats based on levels, all that sort of stuff. To be fair, I need to add, like, leveling up. I think that's what we're going to probably be working on. That's why I'm working on the UI stuff, if that wasn't obvious, is I'm prepping UI to start moving towards so I can start having level up functions. And then from the level up functions, be able to introduce a bunch of other mechanics into the game. That's the goal at this stage. But yeah. I think I'm gonna review over some of the design stuff quickly, and then I'm gonna probably call it after that. So yeah, this is the active list of things getting developed on into this. Of characters, of everything. It's also why I'm designing stuff in the background. Oh yeah, how much further did I get with Mumei's design? Like actual art done. I don't think I've gotten very far with that. I think I showed a teaser and I did some more work and that's about it. I think she's under... Where is she? Oh no, she's under the new character sprites thing, right? When I moved folders, Splash Arts. Yeah, she's under this list now, I think. Matara, Monarch, Mumei. Yeah, I haven't got far with it. I'm getting there, one of these days. Don't know if I'll work on this today, we'll see. Depends if I get other stuff done, happily. I mean, I'm still pretty happy with the Neuro one, that we did. Oh, I did. You know what I mean. The Royal We. There we go. And then we got all the other ones that are in the pile of completed ones, or one. I still kind of want to revise a few of these. Like this is one that I want to revise, because I just still think the face is a bit off. It's a little too angular for me. If it will load. Hello? Computer. I believe in you. I see photos launching. There you are. I love how you can see up here, by the way, like very, very difficult to see, but you can see how many Google searches just get done for Game Maker stuff. Welcome to programming. Regardless of how far along you are, how veteran you are, you will be Google searching still to the end of days. Alright, but yeah, so that's one that I want to change the face a little bit, because I still think it's just a little too angular. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy with it still. One of the first ones, I think this actually might be the first splash I did, and I'm still happy with it. Oh, these are the, yeah, these are the ones I should be kind of looking at, I guess. Shy Lily's one, I still want to fix the coloring of her tattoos, because the tattoos just feel like they blend too much with the hair. The Neuro one, that one still has some mistakes in it because it was just used to show people. The Monarch one, which I'm still torn of coming back and updating this one, because like I feel like it deserves a bit of cleanup. There's stuff around like the legs and stuff that I'm a bit unhappy with. There's some of the shaping that I'm not quite happy with. This one I 100% want to come back and fix a few things about. Just because I think the colors are a bit wrong and the face is just dumb. This one, I kind of want to come back and do some stuff for the face. There's not really much I can do. This one I'm still pretty happy with, outside of a couple of things. I don't think there's much I can do to this with my skill level. This one, outside of, again, like, mild tweaks, this one's just amazing. I'm still happy with this one. This one, again, I think I looked over it several times now, and I just can't think of improvements I can make within my skill level that I could do to this. I'm just happy with it. This one definitely could work, get some work for the face and the hair a little bit. The hair's a bit too, like, just one thing. There's not enough shading going on, all that. I still agree with some people's opinions on this one, where it's like, for example, it's really hard to see the difference in color here at distance. Even when you zoom in, it's really hard to see that these are 3 different colors going on here. But other than that, I heard saturated hair, and I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, it was impossible to get the hair color right, while looking good for the rest of the design. That's the base splash for her, yeah. Again, face could use a little work. I'm still thinking outside of, like, the hands, this is fine, really. Then yeah, Aura's one, which I'm just always gonna be happy with this one. I do not think there's much in the way of tweaks I can do to this that would impact this positively. I think I got this fairly right, and I don't think there's much else I can do for it. And I think the only one we're now missing is Vox, which is at the end of the list. Past the sprite shapes. Like the normal sized ones, or the ones for the in-game sizings. Which, again, outside of, like, very few details, I think this one was just, I did well with this. Dude, I still think, I look at these feet, and, like, at a distance, you don't see many problems with them. Close up, you do. I still think that's fucking great. I still think outside of, like, some of the hand stuff, there's not much I can do here. This came out a lot better than I expected. And still, to this day, it comes out quite nicely. I'm trying to even remember. I think I literally used, like, a Yakuza pose for this. No, I didn't. That was the point. That's right. I used a pose from something. I started drawing him, and because of the way I did the colors and stuff like that initially, I was like, this straight up looks like Kiryu. And he still kind of does, I'll be honest. Man looks like he is about to rock up from the Yakuza. But yeah, we'll probably go through to do some tweaks, finish doing these splash arts as well. Which, I want to stress, the funniness that my list of characters has not changed, but my list of how many VShoujo characters I'm doing is really funny to me. Because again, when I started doing this, Nana's was still VShoujo. And Arma has become VShoujo since. Matara is no longer VShoujo. To be fair, Matara didn't even exist when I initially was doing this as well. And there was another person on the list today that was getting done called Nina Kosaka. I don't know why I'm not doing her anymore and I'm doing Matara instead. We'll never know. Actually, that's a good question. Fuamoko didn't exist when this started. Doki Bird didn't exist. Rin... I think Rin had just started partway in. Like, very early on. Actually, yeah, you could probably date it by, like, when GX Aura was, like, starting to... Like, they announced they were going to do it. Was probably similar timing to when this was starting to get, like, concepted. if I'm thinking back. Because, like, I had already done early asset work and released things for stuff before Aura had debuted. That's why one of her emotes is my old asset for her. It's the pixel one. In fact, I think one of her earliest streams was her playing HoloLive, and she used that sprite for the thumbnail, which is pretty fun. Look, I stand by it. One of my favorite things I'll ever be able to, like, claim to is that I am officially referenced in her debut stream. If you go back to her debut stream where she's, like, announcing everything and showing everyone, I am in there still. And I'm never gonna be upset by that. That's awesome to me. But yeah, no, I really need to step my game up with the project so we can get a version out in the next few months of this one of it so everyone can play around with the new stuff and see how the game feels with the massive changes. It's what, at this point? No, that's right. What I was gonna do next after I got UI stuff going is character select. A very, like, code-orientated character select where I'll probably have to press buttons to change the characters. Because I don't want to set up a lobby yet. I mean, I could set something up inside of the playtest area. It wouldn't be too bad of an issue. Point is, though, I'll set up something for that, and then I was going to do upgrades from there, start introducing more weapons, items, and everything, starting to fully introduce how a character would work, and then from there I'm going to set up enemies correctly. I think enemies should be on the list a bit higher though. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of abilities and weapons that actually cannot function without enemies, so I probably should set up enemies soon. Like, set up a way to interact with them and all that. To be fair, I still need to set the camera up correctly, because I don't think the world is shaped the way I want it to be still. Because I think the viewport is still really, really big. The viewport is, yeah, it's 1,366 by 768. Which is like 3 times at least larger than it was before. If I go to the old one, I don't have the room set open somewhere. Let's see, we're looking for game. Viewport 0. 400 by 225 was the camera. So, yeah, about 3 times, a bit over 3 times larger. Which is why so many things look really small at the moment. Like the weapons and such. Because I'm using the old size values. I might not go to that same size because I feel like there was a lot of things that at that size became very obviously bad. But I'm still going to probably decrease from here. I just need to do the math for the viewport sizing versus window size and everything like that, because that's something that needs to be fixed. But that's like on the kind of lower priority side, I guess. Probably should do that sooner though. If I'm gonna do UI stuff, I'll probably do it along with that. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it here for today. A solid 4 hours of work feels pretty good to me. It gives me a chance to go make some food, take a quick break, and then get back onto work and try and convince myself not to just play more Stellaris because, dear God, I am actually upset how much I'm playing that at the moment in the background. I'm learning a lot with it, and I'm getting there. I really want to make the new Behemoth thing that is in it, where it's just, you can make a giant behemoth that literally just eats planets. It's not even like a hostile takeover, it's you literally just, nom, planet gone. You now have resources, because your behemoth ate them. Which is really incredible to me. I love that a lot. And that's awesome. So yeah, no, I'm learning. I still haven't gotten anywhere close to it because I keep either losing or quitting out of the game because I'm like, I've learned from this playthrough things that I need to change. I probably should look up a guide at some point. How to play like the early game and how to do some of this stuff because it's just, some of it is very overwhelming. I think that's an understatement. But yeah, no, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.